All right, welcome back. Welcome back to the Late Show. This is your host, Young Brando. We're live from Los Angeles. We're going to talk about watches. I'm going to preview the upcoming May auction in Geneva by Phillips and Batch Rousseau. Let's get it on. I actually wanted to have maybe a light enough start. We have been talking about the Watches and Wonders releases for a while. But one that we didn't talk about so extensively or in any real kind of detail is the new Yachtmaster 42, Rolex's new entry into their Yachtmaster lineup, which first came out in 1992. At that time, the first model they released was in 18 karat yellow gold. The mythology behind it has always been that it was supposed to be Patrick Heiniger's pet project. It, as you might know, between Andre Heiniger and Patrick Heiniger, they led Rolex for about 6 decades altogether, father and son. And Patrick Heiniger entered the company in late 80s, and the idea was that he was basically reimagining the Submariner, and Yachtmaster's introduction by the time he became managing director in 1992 signaled in a way his accession to the throne, as it were. The Yachtmaster, of course, as is Rolex wont, became a line of its own. Of course, no one dared to necessarily topple or replace the Submariner line altogether. Um, and Rolex, even though they are not very used to, very habituated to releasing entire new models. That happens just about every third decade or so. They have entered Yachtmaster as a new category in 1992, and now in 2023, we actually have their first genuine entry in a titanium watch category. Of course, we had earlier last year um, a deep sea challenge special edition that was about 50 millimeters. I always thought of that as a kind of collector's piece, as a way of commemorating the 10th anniversary of James Cameron's descent into the Mariana Trench. This is the first time, if you ask me, that Rolex is making a watch for everyday wear in titanium, in grade 5 titanium, which they call RLX. And it is a model that we have been predicting, that we have been expecting since 2021, when it was first spotted on Sir Ben Ainsley's wrist when he wore it for competition. Um, of course, Olympic sailor, um, probably one of the most important athletes of his own era. And he was wearing this 42 millimeter version of the Yachtmaster on his wrist, on a NATO strap. And it was confirmed to be a prototype at the time. The piece has the older Yachtmaster case, right? The one that looks rather elegant from the side profile, with all the curves, so to speak, with the lugs that are more dramatically drooping. Here he is in a press conference wearing the same watch that has that severe all black look. And I was thinking about it a little bit. In so many ways, I'm happy about this particular release. I'm glad that they actually presented it on a full bracelet. I like the return of the chamfers, being a vintage Rolex head. For me, those accents were some of the most precious aspects of the original factory finish when it comes to vintage and neo vintage Rolex watches. But I'm kind of off two minds about this. I really had appreciated the no nonsense, toolish air that Ben Ainsley's prototype had exuded. It had this vibe of an old school Rolex tool watch. And I know Rolex is not really about that. I know Rolex is not that brand anymore. So maybe it was foolish to expect it in the first place. Instead, we got, um, of course, the ever present Cyclops with the date complication at 3 o'clock, and the new case, which is rather blocky and which kind of reflects the transformation that the Daytona lineup experienced as well. This was something that we noted as well on this channel before, that it seems the cases have been not only bloated or resized, but designed from ground up. And the Daytona cases too, just as the Yachtmaster 42 in titanium, seem to have lost that curvature and become more blocky at the end of the day. Um, so a few notes, a few words about my mixed feelings about the Yachtmaster 2. On the one hand, I think of it as the Submariner 2.0 that people have been waiting for at least 2 decades already, at least since the 50th anniversary. On the other hand, I also feel like there could have been so many more things that can be done, and perhaps this is just the beginning. I wonder what you guys think, so feel free to type it up in the chat. Chris Dinkson, nice to see you here. Good evening. Thomas Broadbent. FXD is another one of those watches, Thomas, that I'm kind of lukewarm, I have to say. Let's bring it up, but yeah, look, I like it as an idea. I like it in the way that it harkens back to those times where Tudor actually supplied watches to the Marine Nationale, to the French frogmen. But for a watch that is made for, okay, well, I mean, I do know that these watches also been produced according to the specifications of Marine Nationale and have also been supplied to them. On the other hand, I kind of have an issue with fixed lugs for a watch that is sold commercially. It seems a little bit of a little bit too contrived for my taste, but that's just me. I do like the strap, the kind of Velcro option. I think it also comes with that extra complementary rubber strap as well. It's a great watch, don't take me wrong, and I actually think it's a cool touch that they change the case back engraving every year. You know, it was MN21 when it was first released, 22, 23, and as long as it remains in production, they will keep doing that, just like they always had that same sort of engraving with watches they supplied historically to the Marine Nationale. Pardon me. If you ask me, I would honestly, I would either go the whole way and get the blue on the full bracelet. I think that's still a great watch. Or, you know, if you like the vibe of the Pelagos, if you like the aesthetics, if you like the fact that it is actually on titanium, I think the new 39 is also a very nice option and actually looks pretty good in the metal as well. And kind of has this sunburst like finish, which distinguishes it from the matte look of the previous Pelagos models. I think, you know, overall, I don't have anything bad to say about the Pelagos lineup. I think it's everyone loves the Black Bay 58, of course. Black Bay 54 is a new hit, but I have always had a particular soft spot for the Pelagos line when it came to Tudor. I think it's their most distinctive. I think it's their most forward looking. It's their most toolish. You know, we were just talking about that. Um, Honestly, I would take a Pelagos on a full bracelet over Yachtmaster 42 in titanium all day, every day. But that's just me. And you would be saving about $9,000, I think. Listen, I think any Tudor watch is well worth the money. Yes, they have been creeping up in price, but you know, between 3,500 to 5,000 in US dollars, I think they're still the best option. Um, you know, Omega couldn't even put up a fight, so they just had to jack up their prices to, you know, pretend that they're a more upscale product. There's a reason for that. That doesn't happen for no reason. And yes, you are mentioning this. I'm seeing it now. You like the fact that it is a fully graduated 60 minutes dive timer bezel. I think that's a cool look as well. It's, you know, that used to be pretty much the mil spec look in the vintage Rolex and Tudor dive watch category. So there are a lot of lovely visual cues from the Pelagos FXD, or Pelagos fixed, I guess that's what it really means, that harken back to that time that I tend to romanticize. So even though these two are both blue diver watches, to me, they really embody a completely different ethos, right? One is strictly rooted in heritage. The other one is very much forward looking, to the extent, again, Tudor is Rolex's scouting team, right? They're sent ahead to, you know, to find their way in the weeds, and they struggle through it. They do that reconnaissance mission, and they come back and report back, and if it's worth it, Rolex implements it as well. This is the line that brought us today's Yachtmaster 42. So There's not much more to say than that. I I do prefer out of this line both Pelagos FXD and Pelagos 39 because I'm a no date guy. But if you are gonna go for the blue, I would rather go for the full bracelet. I think that's well worth the extra $800 or so. Hey JJ, nice to see you, man. GD says snowflake hands puke outpay 9K more for the Yachty. Hey, look, I can't push too hard against that. I actually like the snowflake hands, historically speaking. In the modern time, I think they have grown a little too large for my liking. It's not that big of a deal. I think, it expresses their own brand identity, so I stopped messing with it. I just wish that once every so often they would release models with a different handset, right? When they release chronographs, for example, why not put pencil hands in them, right? So it doesn't actually block the chronograph registers for half of the day. Or when they release the Black Bay 54, hey, since it harkens back to those very first subs that you were doing, in 7522, why not, put those pencil hands so we get that same vibe? But I can't hate on them to, really assert their own aesthetic and their own look. Mercedes is not happening. Why should they give you basically a watch that looks exactly like Rolex at a fraction of the price? They wouldn't, and they shouldn't, honestly. And that brings me to all 29's question. What year would you say Rolex was at current Tudor quality level? Listen, I think it's an unfair comparison. The modern Rolex build is I think at another level, even compared to a lot of other brands that make sports watches of similar sort in similar categories. That's not it. It's like, to me, Omega, Breitling, Tag Heuer, all these other brands that supposedly have a name and have a legacy in making sports watches. When it comes to the make of the bracelets, the reliability and durability of movements, it's just not even at the same level. So that's a hard comparison. I think, look, Tudor, I think, makes very quality watches. I think it's the other way around. I think Rolex has continued to make quality watches, but started increasingly from the 80s onwards to market their watches and emphasize aspects of their watches that front-loaded their luxury dimension. So I don't think Rolex has been, or Tudor has been, lacking in quality ever. And I don't think Tudor necessarily lacks in terms of quality when it comes to Rolex. I think the nuances are so much less noticeable over the years. Honestly, it seems a little difficult for me to divvy it up to a historical era. Yeah, I know they had in the past, but Tudor used to be Rolex's spare parts brand. in the past. They're not anymore. So they're not Rolex's bargain bin anymore. They're not going to return to those practices. And see, there are people who like snowflake hands over Mercedes hands. And GD has a great point. Again, at least Pelagos has the matching indices, right? Round indices and snowflake hands is a little bit of a cognitive dissonance, especially if you know those historical details, those visual nuances, which distinguish Rolex and Tudor through the years, through the different eras. So I appreciate all these interventions, all these questions, all these reminders. But I think, both Tudor and Rolex have changed so much over the years. And at the end of the day, hey, listen, I remind this to myself all the time. These brands don't owe us shit. I'm sorry, they just don't. Once you give them your money and buy a product from them, then they owe you a lot, right? They owe you reliability, they owe you durability, they owe you quality. But unfortunately, even though there are smaller brands, there are independent brands that put the customer at the center of their experience. The elite brands, the luxury brands, just don't care about what we think anymore. So we can hold any sort of opinion about what kind of hands they should use and whether their price points coincide with the quality of the product they offer. It unfortunately rings hollow. I'm not saying we should stop talking about these things, but at the end of the day, we have to realize sometimes that what we ask from them, our requests usually fall on deaf ears, and it's very unfortunate. And it is also unfortunate that the entry level luxury watch as a category seems to have disappeared, except for micro brands, which are truly a mixed bag. Um, it's really hit and miss. And when it comes to this particular category, 3,500 to 5,000, a lot of brands are fighting their way out of it and trying to upmarket themselves by jacking up the prices. So the game has changed completely compared to 5 years ago. It's almost a different universe compared to a decade ago. And a lot of this is very lamentable, right? A lot of this comes with growing pains, so to speak. And I think for most of the industry, except for the high rollers, except for the big independents like Rolex, Patek Philippe, Audemars Piguet, Richard Mille, or those brands that form the flagship of the main luxury groups like the Richemont and Swatch Group companies, they'll be fine. For most of the rest, I think it's very painful times ahead. All right, so much for my daily rant. I think we can focus on some very beautiful watches that are going to be offered by Phillips in collaboration with Batch et Rousseau in Geneva on May 13 and 14 at Hôtel La Réserve. As always, I'm going to drop a link to the auction. If you want me to jump ahead, or if you want to alert my attention to a lot that I skipped, feel free to let me know. Feel free to send in the lot number with a super chat, and I will be more then happy to turn back. Number one is Bulgari Octofinissimo in titanium. This was one of their 10th anniversary editions. They have produced this and the chronograph with a dial that resembled one of Fabrizio Bonamassa Stiliani's early sketches for dial design. I think it was a cool idea. I couldn't really countenance at the time necessarily as adding something like this to my collection. You know, I have very actually I have very I hold the Octofinissimo in very high regard. So it's not that I don't like it, but I think this was too much of a collector's piece, something really for someone who already has an Octofinissimo, at least in one of the medals in their collection. But I thought this was a nice way to honor a design that has already come quite far. You can fault Bulgari for so many things. You can fault the Octofinissimo again for so many different things. But one thing that you have to concede is that in this category of the luxury watch on an integrated bracelet, the Octofinissimo certainly offers something different, puts something different on the table. And this is the 10th anniversary limited edition, one of 200 with the sketch dial, offered as a full set, and has on the sapphire crystal an inscription of the Octo 10th anniversary design edition of 200. Of course, that's a modern classic by now. The micro rotor movements with the platinum mass, the BVL 138. Bidirectionally winding, quite a performance piece, especially considering how thin it actually is, right? 60-hour power reserve, bidirectional winding, and platinum mass allow it to be much more efficient than many of its peers. This is lot one, a Bulgari Octofinissimo limited edition with the sketch dial, one of 200 from 2022, with an estimated value of 8,800 to 13,200 in US dollars. It seems they're already testing the waters. It seems like it is just yesterday since the John Mayer Gold Daytonas have been discontinued. 116508, of course, carries now the nickname John Mayer Daytona, the one in yellow gold and with the green sunburst dial. But if you think back to that Talking Watches episode, the second round, so to speak, when John Mayer was talking to Ben Clymer, he actually showed him both of those watches, a 116508, which completely took off after his demonstration, and a 116500. These two models were released concurrently with the 116500, which marked the introduction of a ceramic tachymeter bezel for the Daytona line, now superseded with the new lineup, of course. And for the longest time, this particular piece has been the dark horse of the Daytona lineup, so to speak. I'm not even sure if it found its right appreciation. I'm not even sure if it has come to find its right value on the market yet. And now that it has been discontinued, the fate of Lot 2 can give us some indication of where things are going. Up until very recently, and right after the discontinuation as well, the piece was basically trending right at or below the list price on the secondary markets. I haven't noticed yet any significant bumps. So if not necessarily in this auction, if this is a model you have been eyeing, if this is a model that you have been keeping track of, it may be a good time to snag one if you can find it at that price point. Here it is presented as a full set from 2021 with an estimated value of 16,300 to 36,700 in US dollars. Speaking of testing the waters, this is just some nasty shit. I'm so sorry. I don't want to disrespect any collector. I don't want to disrespect any particular auction house, but this is one of those examples that exposes the entire allocation system that a lot of these luxury watch brands would love to tell you that they have mastered, right? You know, that nowadays they allocate every single one of their watches to the right person, to true watch enthusiasts, through, you know, to seasoned collectors. You'll never find, you know, these on the secondary markets. There were 150 pieces of these. There were some collectors who were flown out to the manufacturer, wined and dined, and then sent away without one, without an allocation. It's truly astonishing that true collectors can be turned down and will have to fight tooth and claw to get one of these, only to wake up the next auction season and see one of them already being put up here in Geneva. Just, you know, poetic injustice at a certain, you know, from a certain perspective. I mean, it really blows the mind. So I invite you to call, you know, boutique managers and you know, sales associates out on their bullshit when they say things like, you know, oh, you know, that's an extremely rare model. It's a true limited edition. We only allocate those to our, you know, most loyal customers, most enthusiastic collectors. Bullshit. You still allocate it to people who turn around and flip it just a few months after. So you can tell that tale to someone who is willing to listen. This is lot number 3, Cartier Pebble, from last year's limited run of 150 pieces. Number 71, just so people know exactly whose watch it is. Let's see if Richemont actually does anything about this. Number 71, already for sale in Geneva, allocated in January, up for sale in May. Lot number 3 has an estimated value of 32,700 to 65,300. Number 5 is a very unique example of the Patek Philippe annual calendar in white gold with a red dial. 5035, as you might know, was the very first reference of Patek annual calendar. Patek came out with this proprietary complication in 1996. It was their way of making the level of high complications that you would only see in a perpetual calendar watch for a wider audience, for a broader group of enthusiasts, with a modest compromise. A perpetual calendar, as you might know, once you set it, basically does not need a correction until the next century, whereas the annual calendar, not knowing the difference between a leap year, needs a correction at the end of the month of February. This is one that has a unique dial color, so we might dip into the lot assay, but let's take a closer look. As you can see, this is the simplest expression of the annual calendar. It is the first reference, 5035 after all. Date at 6 o'clock, day of the week, month, and above the aperture for the date, you also have a 24-hour hand, a day-night indicator. The feuille hands, as well as the Roman numerals, are filled in with lume as if to accentuate the utility of the watch. This being a product of Patek's Geneva seal era, specifically this example being from 2002, has the hallmark of Geneva on one of its bridge plates, full gold rotor with accentuated indentations. Quite a cool piece with a very unique dial. Here's what the catalog essay says. 5035 embarked a significant journey for Patek Philippe's watchmaking history. It is the first watch with an annual calendar complication by the Maison. Debuted in 1996, the stunning timepiece immediately gained attention and was awarded Watch of the Year the same year. And it was good enough for Philippe Stern as well. He was wearing one right away. Powered by the caliber 315S QA for Quantième Annuel, the reference 5035 only required requires adjustment once a year, so it is no surprise that this intellectual design became a staple in Patek Philippe's collection. A wide array of colors was available: black, white, silver, and in rare quantities, salmon or blue. The present example is a particularly charming one, as the dial has aged from salmon to a red purple tone. That's an interesting transformation, which gives the timepiece lots of charm and character. After inspection, one finds slight salmon halo visible on the rim of the dial below the bezel, showing how only the part of the dial which is exposed to light has changed in color, a telltale sign in originality. It's a very cool tropical dial. We associate tropical dials, of course, with uh, tool watches and sports watches of the yesteryear, but it sometimes happens in these sorts of watches as well, and the result is truly stunning. For this Patek Philippe annual calendar reference 5035 at lot number 5 with a red tropical dial, the estimated value is 21,500 to 32,300 in US dollars. Lot number 6. This was my thumbnail today. I think everyone knows by now that I'm a huge fan of Daytonas on leather straps, precious metal Daytonas, especially white gold Daytonas on leather straps, even though Eric Wind doesn't approve. Um, I'll go my own way at any rate. Here's one that basically comes as a full set: papers, presentation box, tag, and an extra dial, of which the story we will read momentarily. The piece is fashioned in white gold, has a bezel set with baguette diamonds, and a diamond encrusted racing dial as well, with those oversized Arabic numerals that are radially laid out to mark the hours. The model number is 116589. Comes with an additional black dial with diamond set indices and additional hands. Let's see what the story is about that extra dial. Not only is Rolex incredibly imaginative in their use of precious materials, they are the true precursor to the gemset trend, which has blossomed in recent years. It has adorned their sports models with a variety of materials ranging from emeralds, rubellite, pavé work, and even meteorite, as well as, and as early as 1980s, Daytona references 6269 and 6270, when adorning a sports watch with gems was bordering on horological blasphemy. Heavy and luxurious, the present watch is representative of this category, born with a black dial with diamond markers, both contrasting with and reprising the bezel style. It was recently upgraded by the Milan Rolex retailer with the current diamond pavé dial with black Arabic numerals. All right. At least there is a paper trail. At least we know what was done and by whom. Remarkably, the purchase is fully documented, as not only the consignor provided the invoice and description of the interventions, but also the original correspondence with Pisa, underlining the fact that the original dial would be given back to the client. This underlines the importance of the client. Not only Rolex does not agree to selling their dials to anyone, especially vintage dials such as the present one, but they are even more strict about the restitution of original dials to clients. Furthermore, the present dial with black Arabic numerals is much more rare than the already very scarce version with blue Arabic numerals. A small stylistic difference, which, however, has a remarkable impact on the timepiece as it imparts a fully monochromatic black and white attire. With only hints of wear, the case is preserved in excellent condition with crisp and legible hallmarks beneath the lugs and all original factory finishes. Both dials are flawless, and the watch is accompanied by its original box and a Rolex guarantee. An additional exotic touch to this remarkable watch can be found on its guarantee papers. It was sold in Portofino on December 29th, 2004. It was a beautiful New Year's gift for someone at some point, and it now is looking for its new custodian. This is lot number 6, a Rolex Cosmograph Daytona, reference 116589, with a baguette diamond bezel and a replacement diamond pavé dial with the oversized and radially placed black Arabic numerals, the original dial, as well as the warranty papers, not to mention the paperwork that explains the replacement is included in the package. This white gold Daytona on a leather strap with a matching déployant clasp is expected to fetch a final hammer price between 65,700 to 131,000 in US dollars. Number 7, this is a contemporary classic almost. It is now discontinued. Hand-wound chronograph by Patek Philippe, 5170P-010. It is the platinum version with baguette diamond indices. That are laid on a Decade blue sunburst dial. 5170 is now replaced by 5172G specifically with blue and salmon dial options. I think that's a very beautiful watch too. This particular piece, however, remains a classic, featuring Patek's CH29 in-house caliber, which in the hand-wound category replaced the old school, old new Lemania CH27 base. Scaling right under 40 millimeters in diameter. This is a watch that does not relent to any modernist demands of oversized pieces. retains mostly classical dimensions and demonstrates, I think, one of the last glimpses of Patek Philippe's elegance. Lots number 7. This is a Patek Philippe 5170P-010, a hand-wound chronograph with 2 registers, a stunning blue dial with baguette cut diamond indices in platinum from 2018 with its certificate origin and presentation box. The estimated value of this timepiece is 76,700 to 153,000 in US dollars. Speaking of Pisa, the famous Italian jeweler based in Milan, this is a platinum a Langonzone datograph from its earlier iteration, as you can instantly survey from the absence of the power reserve, the up down indicator, so to speak, that is at around 6, and of course the presence of the Roman numerals that are laid out in a perfect triangle at 2, 6, and 10 o'clock. The dial has almost this monochromatic look that matches the case. The flyback chronograph has 2 registers running seconds at 8 o'clock and a 30-minute totalizer at 4. And of course, double guichet oversized dates at 12 o'clock, which has long served as the visual identifier, the visual signifier of the brand. One of only 10 pieces made in this way. As you can see, the hands on the subdials are subtly and beautifully heat blued. And for hours and minutes, you have the signature alpha hands of the brand that are generously filled with lume. To mark the limited edition, there's also a snap-on case back in matching metal in platinum that is inscribed both by the brand name A Langonzone and Pisa Orologeria, and with the number in the series, which in this case happens to be number 4. One glimpse into the legendary caliber that disrupted the entire industry when it came out, when it was revealed to the public in 1999, L91951, column wheel, flyback, displaying what looks like an entire urban landscape under the sapphire crystal. All bridges finely decorated with the Glashütte ebbing, swan neck regulator, hand engraved balance cock, and of course, the play of the heat blued screws and the rubies that are set in gold chaton. The older generation of the datograph is not only thinner, of course, it also has what is almost the perfect 39 millimeter diameter. Let's read what the good folks at Phillips write in the catalog essay. There are rare watches. There are watches that have been heard of and talked about but never seen. There are historically relevant ones. There are visually arresting pieces, and there are grails. Some watches are all of these at once, and the present A. Langonzone Datograph limited edition made for the Italian retailer Pisa is part of this exclusive and elite group. In less than a generation, since its launch in 1999, the datograph has become a modern horological icon and considered by the cognoscenti as one of the finest modern chronograph wristwatches produced by any firm. The relevance of this model can only be underlined by the fact that one of the greatest living watchmakers, Philippe Dufort, wears one. Roger Smith wears one as well. It boasts an in-house hand-wound movement, expertly finished throughout with glasuted stripes and a signature hand-engraved balance cock. The full lexicon of movement finishing is unleashed on each component: black polishing, perlage, straight and circular graining, mirror polishing, chamfering, and anglage, amongst others. Interestingly, the only datograph to be made as a limited edition remains the present example, made in 10 pieces for the Milanese retailer Pisa Orologeria, of which this is number 4. The datograph was originally launched in platinum with black dial, followed by pink gold examples with either black or silver dial. It was subsequently replaced in 2012 with the datograph up down, which increased the case size, changed the hour markers from Roman numerals to baton indexes, and most notably added a power reserve indicator. The Pisa limited edition, introduced in 2004, was and remains until today the only example in platinum with the silver dial. However, the present Pisa datograph has a unique element that the other 9 examples do not have. The second chronograph hand is rhodium plated and not blued, giving the watch an incredible monochromatic appeal. The blued continuous seconds and minutes counter hands add a dash of vigorous color to the dial. There's an intense sense of exhilaration when such a rare timepiece comes to the international auction market for the first time, and the present ultra-limited and coveted datograph, offered with its full set of accessories and an extra solid caseback, is a must-have for the collector of rare and historically relevant timepieces. This is what the Lot essay was raving about, right? The chronograph hands in the registers are heat blued, but the centrally deployed chronograph seconds hand is actually matched with the main handset. Which does really enhance the general monochromatic theme of the watch, which matches the silver dial with the platinum case, remaining unique to this particular limited edition. This was lot number 8. A. Langonzone datograph, flyback chronograph in a limited edition made for the Milanese retailer Pisa, one of only 4, matching the platinum case with the silver dial. The estimated value of the watch is between 109,000 to 219,000 US dollars. We have some of our usual suspects again, back to back. Patek Philippe World Time in platinum, the 5970 in a whole panoply of colors and metals. In fact, the entire range, as you can see. G for white gold, R for pink golds, P for platinum, and J for jaune, as in yellow golds. Before we skip ahead, let's take a look at this platinum world time with the matching beads of rice bracelets. As you can see, that's flawless, brilliant cut diamond set between the lugs at 6 o'clock is very discreetly peeking out from the end link of the platinum bracelet. As you might already know, the 5131/1P has a cloisonné enamel micro painting at the center of its dial. And as if to match the cold feel of its case metal, the cool severity of platinum, of all the places it could depict from the globe, it depicts the North Pole. This piece is from 2019 and comes with its certificate of origin as well as the presentation box. Of course, one of the small delights of the Patek World Time lineup is the micro rotor caliber, which ensures the slender profile of the case, but also allows for the full view of the movement and its decoration, since it's not impeded by a full-size rotor by any means. As is the case with the majority of cloisonné enamel center dial examples of Patek Philippe's World Time, the hour hand harkens back to those observatory hands, once again making sure that your viewing pleasure is not impeded. This is lot number 9, Patek Philippe World Time in platinum on a matching beads of rice bracelet, reference 5131/1P-001 from 2009, scaling right under 40 millimeters, still abiding by and large to the classic proportions of a dress watch. Comes with its certificate of origin and its original presentation box. This piece is estimated to fetch an amount between 86,100 to 172,000 in US dollars. Lot number 11, another piece by Patek Philippe, 5970. The last of an era in so many ways. This is the last reference of the Patek Philippe perpetual calendar that was built on the Lemania CH27 base. 2310 would be another code name for it. That is the Eboche, which gave us, among other things, the Omega 321, the beating heart of the Moonwatch, of the Speedmaster, when it actually made it to the moon. 5970 compared to the 3970 has a more modern look, a more muscular case with those stepped spider-like lugs, 40 millimeter in diameter. This is a perpetual calendar that I believe splits the difference between traditional and modern in the best way possible. From 2005, as you can see, it carries the Geneva seal. And the architecture of that Lemania CH27 chronograph caliber base is for all to see. Of course, here, assembled, finished, and regulated according to the higher standards one would expect from a watch that carries the hallmark of Geneva. It comes with an additional snap-on case back in pink gold. The opaline dial is a great match for the beautiful sheen of the pink gold case, as well as the matching dial fixtures. 5970R, truly the end of an era. The Patek Philippe perpetual calendar in the 40 millimeter case in pink gold. Comes with its additional case back, the setting pin for the adjustments, the corrections of the dates and the moon phase, and its original presentation box, as well as the certificate of origin. The piece has an estimated value of 109,000 to 219,000 in US dollars. The platinum version is also quite striking. I think the contrast between the platinum case and the black dial gives this particular perpetual calendar a very severe look that lifts it out of the classical elegance of a Patek Philippe perpetual calendar and really turns it into something else. This is also offered as a full set, as you can see, including down to the hang tag, but certainly the snap-on case back in matching platinum is there, the setting pin is there, the certificate of origin is there, and so is the presentation box for this piece from 2010. still bearing the Geneva hallmark on the old school Lemania CH27 base. This is lot number 12, Patek Philippe Perpetual Calendar Chronograph in platinum, 5970p, with an estimated value of 131,000 to 263,000 in US dollars. We have more unusual suspects, or more of the usual suspects, but also in a category that's a little more humble, a little more affordable. A variety of old school Rolex tool watches mixed up with some unique examples. Let's check them out. The 1675 is one of the most popular and long-standing references for the GMT Master. It follows in the wake of 6542, which was the original reference, introduced with the bakelite bezel, which was very quickly discontinued and replaced by an aluminum insert, even before the introduction of 1675. 1675, of course, is often distinguished by its bicolor bezel in stainless steel that was often blue and red, but also, of course, all black was an option. These bezels also faded and patinated in so many different ways that created very unique combinations like fuchsia and red, for example. And in some cases, of course, you have somewhat apocryphal, but quite mythical and desirable blueberry bezel, which was all blue. This is the most plain Jane, but also in a way the canonical version with the so-called Pepsi bezel, red for AM, red for the morning, blue for the night. The Rolex GMT Master 1675 with its warranty papers and presentation box from around 1978. Even though the piece is from the late 70s, it was apparently sold in 1987 to a certain Mr. Phillips, which Phillips notes in an excited manner in the catalog essay. The estimated value for this late 70s Rolex GMT Master reference 1675 is $10,800 to $21,500. It looks like a very pristine example. The dial very nicely and evenly patinated. The bezel itself seems perhaps newer for the time period, but certainly also faded to add some charm to the whole affair. That was lot number 14. Number 15. This is the first reference of the Explorer 2 sometimes called Steve McQueen, although the man never wore a watch like this. He much preferred his Rolex Submariners, among other things. The Italian collectors also uh, call this watch Freccione for the 24-hour hand, which extends like a very sharp arrow. These hands were apparently, and as you can see from some old catalogs, initially presented in red, but they all faded pretty quickly and patinated into various shades of orange, more rarely to yellow, and you can even find certain examples that have the entire color washed out, which ends up matching, in fact, the rest of the handsets in a color setting that some collectors call albino. As has become the trademark of the Explorer 2 range, the model has a fixed 24-hour bezel in matching stainless steel, with a radial brushed finish, or rather sunburst brushed finish. The dial is pretty matte. The loom has evenly patinated for the most part. The big triangle at 12 o'clock is very attractive, as is the alternating luminous markers that allow for enhanced legibility for the entire 24-hour scale. This piece has its original papers and box, as well as a later service card, Mark I dial from 1972, accompanied by the original guarantee as well as the original invoice from Mappin and Webb detailing the purchase of the present watch with the bracelet on January 14th, 1975, for the amount of 153 quid. That was a good deal then, a very good deal now. Lot number 15, however, which is an early example of the Rolex Explorer 2, reference 1655, is expected to fetch an amount between 19,700 to 27,400 in US dollars. Please hit the like button when you can. I am taking a short break to grab some water. I'll be back presenting on this Milgauss. All right, I'm back. There we are. We're looking at the Rolex Milgauss 1016 with the famous CERN dial, which we'll read about in the catalog essay. Phillips, as always, has gone the full 9 yards and acquired the best examples possible. Great presentation. Box, papers. Well, in this case, I guess just papers, pamphlets, and the hang tag. And as you can see inside, the Faraday cage on the case back. This is a piece from 1967. And it comes in a case that is 37.5 in millimeter. The now discontinued Milgauss is the result of a direct collaboration between Rolex and the Geneva-based nuclear research organization CERN, Centre Européen de Recherche Nucléaire, European Organization for Nuclear Research. Their aim was to develop a wristwatch that could withstand intense magnetic fields and thus be worn by the CERN engineers and laboratory workers constantly in highly magnetic environments. Reference 1019, pardon me, was introduced to the market as the successor of reference 6541 and 6543, while the new Milgauss retained its Faraday cage in order to protect the movement from electromagnetic waves. The model also featured a fresh and modern update to its appearance, such as a smooth bezel and a modified dial layout. A first generation example with non-luminous dial, the present watch was originally consigned at auction over a decade ago by the original owner. This dial variant is also known as a CERN dial, as we believe it to have been created with CERN and designed without tritium on the dial, as the latter would affect radioactivity reading. So the reason this piece is called the CERN dial is because it comes with a non-luminous dial, no luminous material, no tritium on the dial. The piece is offered with its original guarantee, and it is preserved in excellent condition with good proportions and edges. As you can see, the watch has certainly seen polish, but it still retains most of its original aesthetics. A very beautiful monochromatic piece, only interrupted with the Milgauss writing on the dial and the red tip of the second sand. This is a Rolex Milgauss, a line that is currently discontinued in the Rolex lineup. 1019 is the reference number for this lot number 16, with the so-called CERN dial, non-luminous dial, from 1967. The piece has an estimated value of 32,300 to 64,600. Now we are coming to a couple of my favorite pieces. I don't know which one to choose. Let's go in sequence. This is a beautiful harmony of black and gold. Number 17. This is a Rolex chronograph in pink gold from mid 30s. With the Rolex coronet engraved inside the case back. A black galvanic dial that has some patina, but it's evenly distributed and not unseemly at all. The writing on the dial, as well as the dial fixtures, not to mention the hands, have a very pleasing correspondence with the case material, and the bean-shaped chronograph pushers seem to have patinated even more than the rest of the case, carrying the signs of oxidization, oxidization that I think add an extra warmth to this vintage chronograph. Two registers, beautifully proportioned and laid out at 9 and 3 o'clock, and nicely aligned with the crown. 30-minute totalizer at 3, continuous seconds at 9, and the piece is 36 millimeters. Let's read a little bit about this piece. Rolex reference 2508 was first launched in mid-30s, sporting a large masculine case with a classic Calatrava design. It's amongst the most attractive chronograph models by any brand from this formative era of wristwatch design. Masculine case for the time period, right? In the 30s, you would call cases like this 36, 37 millimeters jumbo, right? Because it was significantly larger from the 32, 33, 34 millimeters, which was more or less the norm. The reference can generally be divided into two series, while those from the first generation, such as the present watch, feature olive pushers, right? That oval shape, and a large case size. The second generation examples feature flat pushers and a relatively smaller case diameter. At the time of the production, the relatively large case size was incredibly unusual, yet the model exudes a modern appearance today. Fitted with an ultra-exclusive black dial, the present lot is an exceptional example of the reference. Black dials are highly uncommon, with only a few examples ever appearing at auction. Moreover, the watch has an 18-karat pink gold case, which is a rarity in and of itself. Most of the examples are found in stainless steel. This is lot number 17, a Rolex chronograph from mid-30s with a reference number 2508 and a pink gold case in 36 millimeters. Stunning black dial. The estimated value is 32,700 to 65,300. We have a Rolex 6202 with a honeycomb dial and the chevron indices. This is a turnograph from which the iconic model, the Submariner, borrowed the timing bezel, presented here on in stainless steel and on a matching Jubilee bracelets in its presentation box and the original papers. A watch, I think, that exudes the essence of Rolex's balanced presentation between classical elegance and sporty dynamism. This piece is from around 1954 and has a case size of 35.5 millimeters in diameter. The original guarantee confirms the sale on January 1957 to the Navy 3923 ship store, Yokosuka, Japan. As an even more interesting historical touch, it is accompanied by the original turnograph product literature stating the watch has a time recorder rim and acts as a as a stopwatch with genuine oyster case. Of course, I mean, in a way, you can say the rotational timing bezel is like a rudimentary chronograph that keeps track of minutes, and that's a stopwatch function, of course. This is lot number 18, a Rolex turnograph, reference 6202, wonderfully preserved with a pristine honeycomb dial with those striking chevron indices. This vintage piece is expected to realize a final hammer price between 26,300 to 43,800 in US dollars. Thank you, Nick. Thank you so much. That one is so different than the Rolexes we are used to seeing. Reminds me of Breitling Navitimer style with the numerical readout on the dial, number 17. I was, yeah, I mean, uh, we are more used perhaps in a way to seeing the pre-Daytonas, right? We will look at an example that is upcoming now. But Rolex actually had pretty nice chronographs basically throughout, you know, from very early decades of the 20th century and even before the introduction of the Daytona in the 60s. But this piece reminds me of something that would find a great place in Fred Mandelbaum's collection, Watch Fred, as you might know, on Instagram. You should certainly follow his account. He is, of course, the historian when it comes to Breitling watches, one of the most respected authorities on the Breitling Navitimer, but also probably the collector when it comes to vintage chronographs. He has full spread of pieces from 1940s. I mean, things that you have never seen, things that you have seen, but certainly have not come across in that sort of condition. Top of the line always. It's incredible. Since you send this in, I'm gonna skip ahead to 20, and then we will come back to the 1016 with the white dial. So this is one of those famed versions of the pre-Daytona chronograph. In this case, it comes in an 18 karat pink gold case, a silver dial with the tachometer printed on the periphery of the dial in blue for maximum legibility. And you can see again that the traces of the oxidization, especially concentrated around the pump pushers. The case, of course, has seen polish, but still has a lot of life left in it and has the beautiful contrast of that smooth bezel and the grain brushed lugs. I mean, you can see that the condition of the case is still quite respectable with the crispness of the hallmarks on the back. This is the serial number, which also remains pretty pristinely inscribed, and it is quite a beauty on the wrist. This is separated by about 2 decades from the piece we were examining at lot 17, along with 6033, 62, along with 6032, 6232 is one of those desirable references of pre-Daytona Rolex chronographs. Exceedingly beautiful in these precious metal versions. Let's read a little bit from the lot essay by the good folks at Phillips. This is lot number 20, reference 6232. This is somewhat of a unicorn, not only within the Rolex production, but also in the realm of vintage chronographs, as it is a watch hardly ever seen, and it is, in absolute terms, one of the rarest Rolex references of all times. And that's something that goes unmentioned. But of course, with the ever increasing love, passion, and even fixation on Daytonas, people sometimes forget that these kinds of chronographs, like the 6032, 6232, in sheer numerical terms, are actually more limited than all those iterations of the hand-wound Daytona that people go crazy over and pay 6 figures and more. Now, I'm not necessarily implying that just because they are rare, they're soon to catch up and even supersede other models in value. But you can, if you are rolling in these kinds of categories, certain examples of 6032 and 6232 are certainly just as worthy of collecting as Big Red Daytona, as Paul Newman Daytona with the exotic dial, so on and so forth. So this is not an exaggeration the way it is laid out in the catalog essay. It is the last scion of manual winding chronograph watches following reference 4500 and 6032. The reference 6232 is the last Rolex Oyster, pardon me, two counter chronograph iteration. It is important to note that starting the late 1950s, all Rolex chronographs featured three registers. Since then, this has been a design language still used by Rolex, thus underlining how rare two register chronographs by the brand are. And again, you might think of this as so much nitpicking and pedantry, but it is a different style, right? The two register chronograph, especially in precious metal, has a rarefied air, has a very classic and balanced look. um, I'm not saying that three register chronographs can't be beautiful watches, don't take me wrong, but they usually give out a more dynamic and sporty look. Whereas the balance of a classic two register chronograph, especially in precious metal, is somewhat stately. An incredible rare chronograph model, reference 6232, hardly ever appears on the market. In fact, research suggests that the present watch is only one of the estimated 12 in existence. Hey, JB. What's up, man? Nice to see you. The known examples are within a very tight serial range. In fact, the present example is only the second one sold at Phillips and is only one number from the previous example sold in 2020 for above 700,000 Swiss francs. That was serial number 394877, and this is 394876. You basically have the three register versions of these in 6034 and 6234, just as a small reference there. The present example is fresh to the market, offered by the family of the original owner. The case is in superlative condition with nice thick lugs, deep hallmarks, and perfectly crisp reference and serial numbers between the lugs. The dial is also in superb condition, considering the watch is over 70 years old. The signature and scales are perfectly crisp. There are numbers hand engraved beneath the lugs. Most probably, the retailer's inventory numbers, the overall rarity, state of preservation, and freshness to the markets make the present timepiece a must have for the collector of important and historical Rolex watches. Very nice. Amazing pieces. This was lot number 20, a Rolex 6232, a late 50s chronograph in 18 karat pink gold, and a two register layout. The tachometer beautifully laid out on the periphery of the dial in contrasting blue. Lot number 20 has an estimated value of 163,000 to 327,000 US dollars. Lot number 19 is a very unique and very rare version of the iconic Rolex Explorer reference 1016. There is supposed to be only one. If there are other examples, they have not yet resurfaced, but this is the classic Explorer. This is the Explorer that Ian Fleming wore. Of course, his was the classic version with the black dial. From 1962. Let's read how they describe it in the lot essay. Reference 1016 needs hardly any introduction among the enthusiasts. Introduced in 1959 and produced until 1990, over these 3 decades, it cemented itself in the collector's imaginary as the most beloved and recognizable vintage Explorer piece, a true archetype by fame, if not by chronology, since the first Explorer models, 6098 and 6150, were launched in 1952. The present piece, without a doubt, is one of the most collectible and intriguing, both aesthetically and intellectually, reuniting 3 very attractive features under the same case. First and foremost, the most apparent and striking trait of the watch is its quote-unquote albino dial. Rolex is known to have made it in absurdly scarce quantities. White dial versions of its tool watches, not only such pieces are exceedingly rare, with a number of examples in low single digits known for most vintage references, but furthermore, they feature a completely foreign aesthetic impact. So ingrained is in our mind the concept of Explorer with black dials that the brain struggles to accept what it is beholding. They could really benefit from some proofreading, with all due respect. While the color of the dial is undoubtedly the star of the show, it shall not deter the connoisseur from analyzing the dial further, as it holds a second, more subtle surprise, which makes this Explorer the only one of its kind known so far. It is an exclamation mark dial featuring a luminous dot under the numeral 6. The name exclamation mark comes from the aesthetic effect of such dot under the baton numeral found at 6 in most Rolex dials. Let's see. I think That's it. It's like a flipped exclamation mark. A further layer of intellectual intrigue comes from the fact this is one of the earliest specimens of reference 1016, which was introduced only a couple of years before production of this watch. All this considered, it is without a doubt that the present piece is one of the most intellectually and aesthetically intriguing 1016s to ever appear at auction. Lot numbers 19, a very rare example of the Explorer in reference 1016 with a white dial, an exclamation mark version with that extra luminous dot above the marked index under number 6, comes on the matching stainless steel riveted oyster bracelet. This piece has an estimated value of 43,800 to 87,600 in US dollars. Number 21 is a piece worthy of Roni Madhwani's collection, a design by the famous Gilbert Albert. Hey, Tim G, nice to see you too. Yeah, that describes to me a beautiful chronograph dial for sure. The harmony of circles in the right amount of space, incredibly precise writing with a variety of fonts. We arrive at the uniquely designed Patek Philippe reference 3424 at lot number 21. This is an asymmetrical piece fashioned by the Maison, by the famous designer Gilbert Albert, who has introduced a lot of quirk and fun to watch design in his time, a lot of unique shapes. I think, in addition to everything, I genuinely adore the fact that these two flanks are beautifully and subtly stepped in white gold. The watch is uniquely beautiful, but also so plainly elegant as well. You have to admire the purity and simplicity of the dial and just the sheer extravagance of the asymmetrical case design. This is a piece from 1958 with around 40 by 27 millimeters in case dimensions. Let's read a little bit about asymmetry and its designer, Gilbert Albert. He's beloved for his novel and daring designs that completely departed from the quotidian during the 50s and 60s. In 1955, Patek Philippe teamed up with the designer to produce a series of unusual wristwatches. The talented artist took inspiration from modern artists such as Brancusi and Mondrian, and his daring and unconventional case designs are considered as cutting edge today as they were more than 40 years ago. The present watch belongs to the famous Asymmetrie collection of asymmetrical timepieces, while some of Albert's modern designs never went beyond the prototype stage. The reference 3424 was produced in an extremely limited number. Henri Stern, then chairman of Patek Philippe, was seduced by the case design and approved its manufacture. According to our research, the good folks at Phillips say only a handful of the present reference in white gold have appeared in public. However, each were fitted with dials featuring black sector lines. The present watch is the only known example in white gold to feature black baton indices. Almost 60 years after its creation, reference 3424 looks as modern as an avant-garde as when it was originally launched. This iconic watch will surely appeal to any collector of unconventional watches as well as fans of contemporary art and design. What furthermore sets this timepiece apart is its extraordinary state of preservation. You could certainly see that in the photographs, and we will come back to them. A crisp and virtually untouched hallmark is visible between the lugs, and the case displays bold and crisp finishes. Even the white gold vintage Patek Philippe AW buckle stamped PP Co. is a rarity. The present watch was formerly the property of celebrated American architectural photographer and magazine publisher Walter G. Ashworth. A lover of motorcycles, of design, and timepieces, he started collecting in mid 1970s. The present lot was originally offered for sale at Sotheby's, New York on June 20th, 2000, when Mr. Ashworth offered part of his collection for sale, a collection of varied brands and styles, but with one common denominator: impeccable condition. And that condition has been preserved for the last 2 decades as well. This is the Patek Philippe 3424, the asymmetric Gilbert Albert design in 18 karat white gold and in a beautifully simplistic white dial with elongated baton indices and delicate pencil hands. Lot number 21 has an estimated value of 87,600 to 131,000 US dollars. Oh, we have such a beautiful trio there. Look at these. Amazing. Let's start with the Patek Philippe chronograph with these unique spider lugs, Breguet numerals in yellow gold, with a very warmly patinated cream dial, wonderfully stylized printed Breguet numerals. The heat blued handset is striking in the way it leaps off this exquisite canvas. The case itself has such a warm patina that it may be mistaken for pink gold at first glance. The chronograph that was manufactured in 1953 and purchased as a New Year's gift on December 28th, 1954, comes with an archival extract. Confirms here that the Breguet numerals were inscribed in black enamel on the dial. In 36 millimeters. Again, it is in a pretty respectable size for its time period. Those, I mean, those numerals really look amazing. I believe the method consists of engraving first and then filling it with enamel. It makes for a very beautiful watch indeed. JB will like this. Look, it is well known by the collecting community that there exist a number of landmark models. Patek Phillips reference 1518, right? The first serially produced perpetual calendar chronograph. Audemars Piguet's reference 5402, that is the OG Royal Oak Jumbo. Janta's groundbreaking and genre-defining design, and Rolex's reference 16520, which is the first self-winding Rolex Cosmograph Daytona. This is a very rarefied example, a representative of reference 1579, defined by faceted angular architecture of the lugs, which grants it the nickname spider lugs. The present example first appeared in auction in New York in 2000, and then a second time in Geneva in 2007. Since then, it has resided in the same collection for the past 16 years. Most obviously a special order, the present watch features an incredible engraved enameled Breguet numerals dial with oversized counters rather than the usual applied square markers found on this reference. That is, of course, backed by the archival extract, as we had seen earlier in the pictures. A combination of exceeding rarity, especially due to these engraved and black enameled Breguet numerals, compounding to its striking aesthetics and unique piece status. The present watch is offered in astoundingly good condition. The spider lugs, which give it its the nickname, are due to their construction extremely sensitive to polishing. Most 1579 presents some softening of the edges or some alteration to the lug's proportions. In this instance, however, it is apparent that the case has been preserved in exceptional condition, fully retaining unadulterated its peculiar architecture. The dial condition fully matches that of the case, absolutely original, unrestored. It presents no fading or losses to graphics, rather supporting a charming and even ivory patina. I called it cream, but I will accept ivory as well, which both amplifies the appeal of the watch and certifies that no intervention has been done to the dial and horological perfect storm. The present piece is without a doubt one of the most important pure chronographs made by any watchmaker ever, making this an historical and most likely unrepeatable opportunity for the collector of ultimate timepieces. It really is a very beautiful piece. It might not necessarily strike everyone's fancy, but as far as classical dress chronographs go, this is really one of the kings. Lot number 22, a Patek Philippe reference 1579 in yellow gold with engraved and black enameled Breguet numerals and spider lugs from 1953, 36 millimeters in diameter, with an estimated value of 324,000 to 647,000 in US dollars. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Jake. 999. Could we get your thoughts on lot 178? Thinking at 39 millimeter, this is sized just right. Let's check that out before we get back to this iconic Patek perpetual calendar reference. This they have discontinued these. AP used to have, in a pretty steady way, these 15300s, which had a lot of appeal for many enthusiasts who did not necessarily want to chase the jumbo, wanted the centrally deployed second sand, perhaps looked for the slightly more modern execution of the tapisserie dial with larger squares. And just like you, JB, perhaps wanted to see that oversized initial logo at 12 o'clock. So for those who were not so wedded to the aesthetics, to the dimensions, and to the heritage of the jumbo that was expressed concurrently by 15202, 15300 offered a good option, and on the secondary market at least, um, a very decent value proposition to people who like the 39 millimeter but did not necessarily want to go after the jumbo. So, again, for me, in the current market, when the 15202s are becoming legitimately available and quickly dipping down in price, I would not go after a piece like this. But then I'm very picky. I'm just difficult as a person in general. If I want something, I want it exactly like it. So for me, when it comes to the Royal Oak, I don't think anything really tickles my fancy when it comes to the time and date model, especially other than the jumbo. But if you are not wedded to the history of the design that has come from 5402 to 14802 to 15002, 215202, 216202. If you are not really married to that genealogy, um, 15300 ST has always been a good option. And a lot of people lament the fact that Audemars Piguet discontinued it. I guess they just wanted to set aside the jumbo at that, in its own category, in its own proportions. This piece, of course, is not built on the JLC 920 caliber base, so it's a little thicker as well. So the aesthetics are a little different, the proportions are a little different, the rotor weight is a little different, but it is otherwise a great watch. This particular example is from 2005, comes with its original warranty papers and presentation box at lot number 178. It is expected to fetch a final hammer price between 21,900 to 43,800 in US dollars. I'm just gonna quickly scroll up, so I don't want to give anyone vertigo. Gonna pull up the screen right back. And we go to lot number 23, 2 Patek Philippe perpetual calendar, reference 2499. We return. This is an example of the second series in a pink gold case. In many ways, this particular reference is even more aspirational and more demanded than 1518. That has to do with a number of things. To me, the 1518 is very special because of the particular art of miniaturization, right? The ability to fit in a perpetual calendar, a moon phase indicator, and a chronograph into a case that's right around 35 millimeters is for me the miracle of that first serially produced perpetual calendar chronograph wristwatch. But that being said, of course, they're also less than 300 in number. And a lot of the examples of the 1518 are already in some of the most prestigious collections in the world. So it's very, it's less often that one comes up in auction, whereas 2419, still a very scarce product, so to speak, is also very attractive to the modern collector because of its larger dimensions at 37 and a half. It has a very modern appearance. The extended drooping lugs with their stepped aesthetics also offer quite a bit of wrist presence as well as a timeless elegance. I think the pink gold with this silver dial is one of the best combinations when it comes to this particular piece. And you have one here that is in spectacular condition. As you can see from the hallmark on the side of the case, for example. from 1953, only the second series of the piece. But let's read a little bit from the catalog essay just to understand how special a piece like this is. There are few iconic models that are considered unarguably the pinnacle of watch collecting. Horological enthusiasts hunt down at times for years in order to call them their own. These references are usually combining rarity, technical proficiency, and exceptional aesthetics in such a way that they have been recognized for their importance since the very beginning of watch collecting some 40 years ago. Patek Philippe reference 2499 is without a doubt one of these treasures, considered by some the most beautiful vintage design ever created. Already offering a very small 349 examples in production. When it comes to early examples, first and second series, its rarity appeal both skyrocket. When, however, an early example is dressed in pink golds, the connoisseur knows to be in the presence of one of the most important timepieces ever made, such as the present example in immaculate condition. So rarefied is the output of pink gold second series reference 2499 that the 8 identified pieces are all regarded as Mona Lisa of watch collecting, their last appearances being as follows. Just a note, one of them was formerly the property of Mr. Slowhand, that is to say, Eric Clapton. It was it appeared last time on the market last year, as it happens. Furthermore, when analyzing these pieces, where these pieces are today, it springs to mind they're all in the world's greatest private watch collections and quite equally spread between Asian, European, and American collectors, underlining the truly worldwide appeal of these masterpieces. Adding to the overall lure of a pink gold second series 2499, the present piece is not only one among those which have been missing from the market for the longest time, having last appeared at auction in 2001 and having resided in the same collection for the past 22 years, but furthermore, one of those in the most exquisite condition of preservation. The case fully preserves its architecture with the voluptuous lugs showcasing their carved design and with an incredibly deep and crisp hallmark on the band and side of the lug, two locations notoriously sensitive to polishing. The dial fully matches the case condition with crisp engraved enameled graphics without a hint of fading and sharp edges to the calendar windows and moon aperture. An absolute collector's dream. You can see how important this piece is. They have actually written many, many paragraphs on the historical context, the style considerations, the technical details, and production, among other things. This is lot number 23 for year 2023. The goat of this particular auction, the premium lot, so to speak. A Patek Philippe perpetual calendar chronograph, a reference 2499, second series in 18 karat pink gold from 1953. Very appealing and quite modern for the vintage classic that it is, in 37.5 millimeters in diameter. This exquisite lot is expected to hits anywhere between 1,650,000 to 3,290,000 in US dollars. This is one of my favorites in this auction, a Paul Newman Daytona in 18 karat yellow gold on its beautiful matching bracelet, crisp hallmarks, and a striking champagne dial that has this subtle grenet or frosted texture on the primary dial, and of course, the characteristic Art Deco style numerals in chronograph register has a gilt tone against the radial grooves that add the chronograph a lot of depth and dimensionality on its dial. Running seconds at 9 o'clock, a 30-minute totalizer at 3, and a 12-hour counter at 6 o'clock. The crown at 12, and the black Daytona writing on the arc of the hour counter. The acrylic bezel in matching black is inserted into the ring, which is a feature that Rolex decided to honor in the most recent generation of its Daytona lineup. Absolutely classic and beautiful example of what has over the years become Rolex's flagship model. This is from that Annus Mirabilis 1968, a Rolex Cosmograph Daytona with the reference 6241 in 18 karat yellow gold with a champagne Paul Newman exotic dial, in an absolutely striking and original condition. The timepiece has been untouched and unaltered since its original sale at auction over 18 years ago. Having been left in a safe, untouched over time, such original and beautifully preserved Paul Newmans hardly ever appear on the markets, marking an extraordinarily rare opportunity to acquire a trophy exotic dialed Cosmograph Daytona. The 6241 was only in production for 3 short years, from between 1966 to approximately 1969. The estimation is that there are only about 2,000 pieces produced in stainless steel, with around a third of the produced examples in yellow gold. Um, there are 14 karat yellow gold pieces that were expressly allocated to the American markets. This is an 18 karat piece. They are supposed to be very rare in, either way, in yellow golds. This Rolex Cosmograph Daytona, reference 6241, in 18 carats pink gold with the Paul Newman, in 18 karat yellow gold with the Paul Newman exotic dial in champagne, 37.5 millimeter in diameter, has an estimated value of 383,000 to 766,000 in US dollars. Since we have been discussing Rolexes, let's go with another Milgauss, another example of the piece that has now gone extinct, at least for the time being. A honeycomb dial with the characteristic lightning bolts seconds hand and the red Milgauss writing, which has warmly patinated into an almost hot pink. Original bracelets, chronometer certificates, hang tag and presentation box. The red triangle on the bezel is very appealing. And this particular reference is the first reference number for the Milgauss. It looks like an absolute dream for the Rolex collector, especially considering the state of preservation, dial, case, bracelet, the accompanying material. It's really one of the best examples of any Rolex watch that I've ever seen. A true time capsule arriving into the year 2023 from around 1958, from the late 50s. Lot number 25 is a Rolex Milgauss from that first reference number, 6541, as an absolute full package, as a genuine time capsule. This piece has an estimated value of 549,000 to 1,100,000 US dollars. Honestly, I will, okay, don't quote me on this, but Phillips has the track record now for 2 years ongoing of white glove sales, right? Where they sold every single watch they put up on auction for the entire period of these 2 years. As beautiful as these examples are, as rare and collectible as all of these watches are, I feel like one of these might fall through the cracks in this particular environment. Um, I don't know. I don't know. I mean, I'm not, again, don't quote me on this. I'm not really making a very bold remark either, but it just feels like, one of these might actually not sell and not find the right buyer. But anyway, I mean, they are astonishing examples, the kinds of which I have never seen. So what do I know? This is a great piece as well. Um, in an important sense, Anderson Genève has a particular investment uh, in the world time. Um, One of the first watches that he made as an independent, as if he were carrying that legacy from his old employers, Patek Philippe, was a world time. This is a later example of his world time pieces with a stepped bezel, a double stepped bezel, teardrop lugs, a two crown configuration, one for setting the time, one for rotating the inner city ring, one of 500 in yellow gold, to commemorate the 500th anniversary of Christopher Columbus's voyage, with a center of the dial made in Chinese lacquer. The hour markers are genuine beads of gold. The piece is in 35 millimeters. Originally launched in 1992, the Anderson World Time Christopher Columbus is the second iteration of wristwatches made by the eponymous Sven Anderson. Released to commemorate the 500 years since the intrepid voyage made by Columbus in 1492, the World Time was released as a limited edition of 500 pieces made exclusively in yellow or pink gold. The inspirational muse that guided Mr. Anderson in creating his own signature timepieces was discovered whilst working for almost a decade at Patek Philippe's Atelier des Grandes Complications in the 1970s. Inspired by Louis Cotier, who between 1930 and 31 created an ultra-thin mechanism that simultaneously displayed hours across the world's 24 time zones through a rotating ring, in addition to displaying the local time. The dial is beautifully adorned with a map in Chinese lacquer showing the Atlantic Ocean with the route of the first voyage of Columbus in 24-karat yellow gold. Revolving around the center dial is a cream and black chapter ring calibrated for 24 hours, divided into diurnal and nocturnal hours, further bordered by an external rotating ring indicating 30 cities throughout the world. Cased at 35 millimeters, the timepiece is extremely comfortable and elegant on the wrist. Preserved in excellent condition, the Columbus World Time is the perfect timepiece to be worn and enjoyed by the international traveler or jet setter collector. Very unique dial and a very interesting piece. The lot is offered with no reserve, which means lot number 26 will start at 1 franc. It is once again World Time in yellow gold by Anderson Genève. The Columbus edition one of only 500 in a 35 millimeter case. Released in 1992, this piece has an estimated value of 11,100 to 22,100. Hey, Basil. Nice to see you, man. I'm glad the original nick came back. The original handle came back, no longer Ghost Basil, at least for the time being. Next up, number 27 is one of my absolute favorites among independent watchmakers. Certainly, De Bethune sets itself apart by having a design language that is truly their own, combining some of the best elements of classical watchmaking with futuristic, almost space age vision. The initial conception, of course, of David Zanetta and the horological and artisanal mind of Denis Flageolet. The brand is today still led by that mind, Flageolet, with Pierre Jacques as the CEO and the capital backing of Watchbox behind them. This is DB28 in full glamour of heat blue titanium. The spherical moon phase at 6, the power reserve in the back, a twin barrel movement. And it comes as a full set with its papers and original presentation box. The DB28 steel wheels. Let's read how the good folks at Phillips have presented it. DB28 was introduced in 2010 and immediately went on to win the Aiguille d'Or at GPHG in 2011, the grand prize, as you might know, at the Grand Prix d'Horlogerie de Genève. This highlights how strongly De Bethune focuses on innovation. In fact, they repeated the feat again, winning the prize in 2014, and how their technical approach to watchmaking reverberates from the movement of the case with details such as the crown at 12 o'clock and the innovative floating lugs. It's not just an aesthetic choice to move the crown to 12 o'clock, of course, even though it really fits with the balance of their design, especially for their floating lugs cases, where the lugs, the pierced lugs in both ends, pivot on the sides of the case and really arrange themselves according to the wrist of the wearer when you wrap it around. It's a true marvel, honestly. I mean, these cases measure really big, and these are big watches, but they wear surprisingly well. and considerably smaller on the wrist because of the sheer magic of the floating lugs. This is a piece from 2019 with a 43 millimeter in diameter. The steel wheels was introduced in 2018, represents the skeletonized version of the model. In fact, the attention to detail of De Bethune and their supreme approach to design is apparent in the fact that not only the central bridge has been opened up to reveal the gear train below, even the twin barrels are now open worked, allowing the beholder to notice the coiling, uncoiling of the mainsprings. The hands did not escape such treatment, most notably via the hour hand, which feature a floating central metal element, an effect obtained by embedding it in a crystal itself braced by the hour hand's frame. Very beautiful. Please hit the like button, by the way, that always helps to boost the channel a little bit. Any DB28 Star Wheels is a masterpiece of horology and an absolute joy to behold. The blue titanium acquires different hues according to the light condition, and one can easily lose oneself in the gears revealed by the open worked dial. The present version in all blue livery was especially made for the Singapore based retailer, the Hourglass, in a limited edition of 10 pieces. The case, central bridge, and the outer periphery of the dial are all heat blued, giving the watch an incredible charisma and presence. However, one element sets the present example apart. Pardon me. Even though the watch is part of a limited edition of 10 pieces, it's the only one to feature silver hour markers instead of blue for greater legibility, as you can see. Such details grant the piece a monochrome cobalt appearance whose beauty words truly fail to describe. Offered in virtually as new condition and complete with its original accessories, the present piece will be the delight of its new owner for years to come. This is lot number 27, De Bethune DB28 Star Wheels, one of 10 made in a limited edition for the Singapore based retailer, the Hourglass. This piece has an estimated value of 54,400 to 109,000 in US dollars. Interesting prediction by Basil's bezels, clearly inflected by our look at the classic Milgauss references here, 6541 and 62, 6541 and 1019. Basil says the next Milgauss, I bet, looks like the classic. I think if they bring it out, it will have many interesting elements, including, I'm guessing, the siloxy um, hairspring, the silicone hairspring, to make it truly amagnetic. Number 28 is by my neighbor. This is Joshua Shapiro, J.N. Shapiro, one of the Infinity series that he produced in these beautiful tantalum cases with hand guilloche dials that have his proprietary pattern in the oversized seconds subdial, beautifully heat blued hands, engraved numerals, Arabic numerals, striking gray dial with three distinct guilloche patterns, wonderful pink gilt details, a watch that is at once beautifully simple and pure, but also is rather complex and sophisticated in its appearance. The caliber is an hand wound caliber provided by Uhrenwerke Dresden, which is a subsidiary of Lang& Heine. It is a movement that I truly adore in its architecture as well. California-based Joshua Shapiro, with his eponymous brand, has single-handedly put America back on the watchmaking map. A high school principal based out of Los Angeles, his love for mechanics and watchmaking pushed him during his free time to study at the British Horological Institute for 7 years, learning watchmaking and guillochage. Extremely skilled and talented, in 2018, Shapiro launched his own brand, specializing in timepieces featuring his newly invented guilloche pattern that he calls the Infinity, something that was not done in decades. Based on fractals, his new guilloche pattern features a series of repeating patterns within repeating patterns, with all the markings on the dial hand engraved, then filled with ink. Each dial takes a whole month to complete. Quite notably, the font used in the Arabic numerals was especially created for the timepiece. No longer in production, the case was available in 5 different metals. Oh, my bad. So this is not in tantalum. Right. According to our research, out of 100 examples produced, only 33 made in stainless steel, just like the present example. By the way, Shapiro has given 2 lectures at the Horological Society of New York, both of which are now posted on their YouTube channel. I'm going to drop the links momentarily in the chat if you want to watch it on your time. One is on the art of engine turning, so on guillochage. He talks about it from a historical standpoint as well as from his personal experience as an artisan. And then he has uh, a later lecture, a more recent lecture called The Birth, Death, and Rebirth of American Watchmaking. So I'm going to just post them back to back in the chat so you can perhaps listen to it on your own time. He's a good lecturer too. I guess it helps that he used to be a high school principal. Whilst the dial is a tribute to the late 17th century watches, the movement is resolutely contemporary and is sourced from Uhrenwerke Dresden, UWD, a sister company of the independent watchmaker Lang und Heine. Architecturally stunning, it features openwork bridges, an adjustable mass balance wheel, and a swan neck regulator index. Finally, an 18-karat yellow gold serial number plate made in Los Angeles finishes the movement. Most probably unique in this configuration, in excellent condition, and with its full set of accessories, the present Infinity numbered 20 represent a fantastic opportunity to own a timepiece from one of the spearheads of the rebirth of independent horology in the United States. Number 20, as you can see, J.N. Shapiro in stainless steel with the beautiful hand guilloche dial that contains Shapiro's proprietary infinity pattern in the oversized second subdial, which gives the model its name. And that infinity symbol signs the crown as well. Beautiful piece. Lot number 28 with an estimated value of 10,900 to 21,800 in US dollars. Number 29, Romain Gauthier, Logical 1. In platinum, as a full package, with a unique dial, one of only 20. It has a constant force mechanism, which we will read about momentarily. Proudly labeled by Romain Gauthier to originate from Vallée du Joux, which remains the heartland of Swiss watchmaking in its most traditional artisan approach. This particular piece is numbered as 00. Let's learn what that means. From 2014, in 43 millimeter platinum case. Let's read about it. Romain Gauthier began his professional life as a micromechanical engineer, but he could not deny that watchmaking was in his blood, as both of his parents had worked for manufacturers such as Audemars Piguet, Lemonia, and Dubois Desprats. He launched his own brand in 2005 with the Prestige HM, which was well received by collectors. Indeed, no less than Philippe Dufour himself inspired Gauthier not only to establish his own brand rather than a single timepiece, but encouraged him to push the envelope of craftsmanship. Gautier's Logical 1, presented in 2013, winning the men's prize for best complication the same year at GPHG, is a true feat of mechanical engineering, watchmaking, and movement finish. The Logical 1 features a quadruple patented flat chain and fusée style constant force system with ruby chain links, Gautier's goal was to create a constant force mechanism, one that transmits energy evenly from the mainspring, regardless of the state of wind of the watch. Gautier further enhanced the traditional fusée and chain mechanism by replacing the fusée with a slowly rotating snail cam, which is situated at 10 o'clock to the left of the hour and minutes dial. As the snail cam and mainspring barrel are on the same level, the force is always transmitted in a straight line, and as only one short line of chain is needed, the links can be bigger and stronger. But there's the snail cam. The watch also features a very original winding mechanism in the form of a push button on the left side of the case. A power reserve indicator on the back completes the features. The watch's spectacular movement decoration includes hand-polished bevels, hand frosting, snailing, straight graining, circular graining, as well as hand-polished jewel countersinks. These are the hand-polished jewel countersinks. The power reserve, the unique pusher to charge up the watch. The present Logical 1 in platinum is part of a limited edition of 20 pieces made with black enamel dial. Black, again, remains one of the most difficult colors to achieve with that particular method of firing. Gautier chose not to include numbers 4 and 14, and as such created examples bearing numbers 00, the present watch, and 21. I wonder why. Okay. However, the present piece is also the only one with a Roman numeral dial as opposed to others with Arabic numerals. Interestingly enough, the owner reached out to Gautier, pointing out to the fact that his name was Romain, but he never used the eponymous numerals. In French, Romain is pronounced Romain. Um, I guess the Americans pronounce it what, romaine? Um, like the salad or something, kind of lettuce. Romain, of course. Gautier accepted to make him a special example featuring Roman numerals. Joking aside, that's a nice little anecdote. I think it looks somewhat fitting, honestly. In a way, it really balances the retrofuturistic elements of the dial because fusée and chain, as traditional and dignified as it is, always gives this sort of industrial vibe to the face of a watch. So it's nice to have that balanced out by a black enamel dial decked in Roman numerals. That is lot number 29, number 00 of Romain Gautier's Logical 1 in platinum, one of only 20 from 2014. 43 millimeters in diameter with a unique constant force mechanism. This piece is expected to realize a final hammer price between 54,900 to 110,000 in US dollars. At lot number 30, we have another piece that's offered at no reserve. This is the reduced size version of Habring 2's split second chronograph, kind of a bullhorn design with two pushers, one at 10, one at 2 o'clock, a Salmon sector dial with Arabic numerals at 12 and 6, with oversized chronograph registers. At 3 o'clock, you have the 30-minute totalizer, and at 9 o'clock, pardon me, you have the continuous running seconds. Both of the centrally deployed chronograph second hands are heat blued, just as the rest of the handsets. On the periphery of the dial, you have a telemeter for the scale. Somehow, a split second chronograph seems most fitting for a Habring 2 watch. Richard Habring was a protege of Kurt Klaus and worked for many years in the complications department of IWC. And just as Kurt Klaus came up with his perpetual calendar module for the omnipresent Valjoux 7750, Richard Habring came up with a split-second mechanism to produce IWC's Doppelchronograph on the base of the same movement. So when the patent expired on that particular module, since Richard Habring had already established with his wife, Maria Habring, his own brand, he replicated the same feat for Habring 2. This is actually a piece that was made for monochrome. Let's read about it. In 2021, to celebrate the 50th anniversary of the blog, the brand Monochrome released their first collaboration timepiece, the Montre de Souscription 1, sold exclusively via a limited subscription series of 33 pieces in stainless steel with a superb two-tone salmon dial, sold out in minutes. The model took its inspiration from the elegant monopusher chronograph Habring 2 Chronofelix, powered by the Habring 2 A11C-H1 movement. In 2021, Habring 2 released their latest version of their cam-operated split seconds complication, the A11R, which is a rattrapante version of the caliber A11 that Habring 2 introduced back in 2014. The present unique monochrome X Habring 2 is the synergy between the gorgeous two-tone salmon dial, monopusher, Montre de Souscription 1 with the latest rattrapante caliber A11R developed by Richard and Maria Habring. Offered in pristine condition, the present timepiece is an incredibly rare and unrepeatable opportunity to own a unique timepiece that was never commercialized and whose beauty and charm is sure to impress even the most discerning of collectors. Please note that all the proceeds from the present timepiece will be donated to by Maria and Richard Habring and Monochrome Watches to Save the Children charity. Save the Children is an NGO who champions the rights and interests of children worldwide and responds to major emergencies, delivers development programs, and ensures children's voices are heard through their campaigning. So this piece uses that original two-tone salmon dial from the collaboration between Monochrome and Habring 2. That was a monopusher chronograph. And the primary chronograph functions of this watch 2 is operated by the monopusher, whereas the pusher at 10 o'clock allows you to split the seconds. This one-of-a-kind 38.5 millimeter case diameter split-second chronograph by Habring 2 with a Salmon sector dial is offered with no reserve, so the bidding will start at 1 franc, and the estimated value for lot number 30, which is being auctioned off for a great cause, the Save the Children charity. The estimated value is 10,900 to 21,800 in US dollars for the stainless steel split seconds rattrapant doppel chronograph. Number 32 is a Simplicity in its original 34 millimeter case. Beautiful enamel dial and Roman numerals in white gold. From 2004 with a hand-wound movement that is decorated and finished in a way that is both austere and exceptional. And the classic Breguet hands are so beautifully tempered that they simply jump right off the face of the watch. Number 63. The Simplicity was first presented in 2000 and was a breakaway from Dufour's wonderfully complex mechanisms. With this model, he wanted to demonstrate his unrivaled finishing techniques and to prove that simple could also mean sophisticated. Each watch, like all his other creations, was to be hand-finished and himself. Just give me a second, guys. The Simplicity was originally presented in a 34 millimeter case, and a larger 37 millimeter case was offered rapidly after. Of course, Philippe Dufour had established himself as a master of complications. He was the one who supplied those Grand Sonnerie pocket watches to Audemars Piguet at a bygone era. Um, Simplicity was, I think, initially conceived at the urging of some Japanese collectors. Uh, it was also, I think, part of a brainstorming session between Claude Sfer and Philippe Dufour to, as they put it here in this essay, to find a way to distill the most fundamental elements of what represented Philippe Dufour's distinct approach to traditional horology. It was made in pink gold, white gold, or platinum with a unique steel version known. There's apparently only one stainless steel version known to the market. Two dial types can be most often found on this timepieces, either in white lacquer or with a hand guilloche dial, with unique versions also known. Whereas the majority of the Simplicity models ordered by clients were housed in 37 millimeter cases with guilloche dials, Dufour continued making a small number of pieces in 34 millimeter in white lacquer dial. With the discontinuation of the Simplicity, the world's greatest collectors can only access one on the secondary markets, and the present example is the perfect opportunity to own a masterpiece of independent horology. It's again, I've mentioned this. There are, of course, many great brands. We were just talking about De Bethune and Romain Gauthier, among others. But if there were to be a holy trinity of independent watchmaking, it would probably include the names Philippe Dufour, Kari Voutilainen, and François Paul-Jean. So truly one of the living legends and greats. At lot number 32, you have a Philippe Dufour Simplicity in a 34 millimeter white gold case and a beautiful white lacquered dial, Roman numerals for the hour markers, from 2004, with an estimated value of 274,000 to 547,000 US dollars. I have about 45 minutes to go. So if you want me to pay particular attention to any of the lots, if you want me to go back and dive into any of the pieces that I skipped, or if you want me to skip ahead and consider one of the pieces that I might not be able to get to today, if you don't push me, feel free to send them in with a super chat, and I'll be more than happy to do it. Here's an early example of the Daniel Roth C187, the Régulateur Tourbillon, as it was originally conceived in 18 karat white gold. As you probably remember from earlier this year, Louis Vuitton and particularly Jean Arnaud revived the Daniel Roth brand with a subscription run of recreation of this watch in a way. Um, and we will probably mention that as we talk through this watch, but let me grab a quick drink of water. Good morning, Memovox. Nice to see you. There we are. This is just amazing. Beautiful, partially open work dial, produced from a gold blank, silvered and hand guillocheted with this Claude Paris hobnail pattern. The hour track is laid out on Breguet frosting with Roman numerals. The simple arrow hands are out of stainless steel, heat blued, and of course, the tourbillon cage is exhibited through this intricate opening, and the seconds are displayed through three different scales of 20 by a tripartite seconds hand that was part of Daniel Roth's visual signature, perhaps just as integral as the iconic double ellipsocurvex case shape at the inception of the brand. Uniquely for these early iterations of his tourbillon, Daniel Roth designed them as two-faced watches with an oversized pointer date on the back and an upward-facing crescent, which serves as a power reserve indicator. And of course, the flip side of the watch, the back dial, so to speak, is just as finely decorated by that hand guilloche hobnail pattern. The case is in 18 karat white gold. Has a beautiful profile, 38 by 35. Let's see what the lot essay tells us about this piece. Considered to be one of the most remarkable contemporary watchmakers, Daniel Roth trained in his early career with high-end brands like Audemars Piguet and has played a crucial role in the revival of Piguet. You have to remind yourself also that in that period during the late 80s, Daniel Roth set off on his own path in 1988, but he had already begun working on the tourbillon wristwatch at Breguet. And at the time, it was a unique concept in so many ways. Obviously, Breguet was well known to have invented or patented the tourbillon in a certain way, but its application to a wristwatch form, as with many other ideas from Abraham Louis Breguet, were truly unique. So even as the tourbillon became a rite of initiation for um, for independent watchmakers and for many up and coming brands, in in the case of Daniel Roth in this particular time period, it was it was something groundbreaking. Offering his creative take on traditional Breguet-inspired watches, of which this piece is an enduring testament, he designed his double-faced tourbillon reference C187 in 1988 and released it the following year as a way to announce his independence and the creation of his eponymous brand. I wanted to pull up this video I've done on the revival of the Daniel Roth brand so you can watch it later. Sorry about the noise in the background. There we go. Upon launching his brand, Roth immediately established his personal design language, the most obvious being the unusual ellipsocurvex shape, hands with pointed tips, and dials with guilloche patterns, all elements you can find in the present white gold régulateur tourbillon. The Daniel Roth reference C187 is probably one of the watchmaker's better known creations with classical lines and gentle curves. Its design as equally relevant in today's standards as it was more than 30 years ago when it was originally released. On the front side, taking center stage is the large tourbillon escapement with an original triple arm seconds hand featuring three hands of different lengths that indicate the seconds on three different seconds registers, each calibrated for 20 seconds. The caseback features a retrograde, power reserve, and date indications. Cased in white gold, the dial is also made from the same precious metal and features a remarkably executed guilloche. The hour-minute disc features classic Roman numerals, as well as lateral frames that indicate the number of the watch, the brand name, and the seconds. The movement that powers this remarkable timepiece is based off the Le Mania 387 Eboche, which has been highly modified and finished at the highest levels. Um, that, of course, is the same base movement on which the Breguet tourbillons of the same time period are built. And that's no coincidence since Daniel Roth was already collaborating with Le Mania on the advent or on the return of a Breguet tourbillon. Preserved in an excellent overall condition, this rare watch exudes elegance and refinement and is one to keep a close eye on. I just want to remind you that the new Daniel Roth, which was produced in a limited run of supposedly 20 pieces, had a retail price around 140,000 in Swiss francs. So you might as well. This is lot number 33. Daniel Roth's original régulateur tourbillon the double-faced tourbillon wristwatch with the reference number C187 in 18 karat white gold. It is estimated to realize a final hammer price between 32,800 to 65,700. We're seeing a couple of these pieces, aren't we? I have just covered an example of the FP Jaune T30 when I was going through the spectacular independence selection by In Eichen Zurich. They have it in their upcoming May auction in Geneva. Oops, I think that's the neo vintage. Pardon me. That's another auction that we're going to cover very soon. This is what I was talking about. It was lot 5 in the In Eichen independent brands auction coming up on May 11. The starting bid there was 280,850. There is a fixed price in play, which was 617,850, with 3 advanced bids ahead of the auction on May 11. And now we are circling back to lot 34 from the upcoming May 13-14 spring auction by Phillips in Geneva. We have the number 15 of this unique two-tone wristwatch by François-Paul Jaune, who made it to commemorate the 30th anniversary of the first tourbillon pocket watch that he built. The case is a hybrid of sterling silver and 18 karat pink gold. It has a hinged case back, which allows for a beautiful display of the movements, and especially the tourbillon, with spectacular oversized heat blued screws, a mirror-like finish on the inside of that case back, which doubles up on the exhibitional value of the piece. A very classical, one might even say unassuming piece on the face of it, with an almost antique appearance, but a piece that has significant importance and value for the recent history of independent watchmaking, one of only 99 ever made. This is number 15. FP Jaune T30, a faithful recreation of his original tourbillon pocket watch in the dimensions of a wristwatch, 40 millimeters in diameter. This piece has an estimated value between 164,000 to 328,000 US dollars. Number 36 is a collab between Behrens and Konstantin Chaikin. His unique way of representing time in that wristmon fashion. This is actually a set of 3 prototype pieces with Chaikin's unique approach to the wandering hours complication, a retractable seconds indicator in the mouth of that drawing. The prototypes are called Ace of Spades and are produced in titanium, black DLC coated titanium, and what is it called? Iced crystal titanium, black DLC coated titanium, and ice crystal titanium. Konstantin Chaikin is a master inventor and maker of high-end wristwatches and a member of the prestigious Academy, the Association of Independent Watchmakers and Creators, AHCI. His timepieces are works of art combining technical movements with artistic expression. He has been acknowledged by the international watch community and recognized by his recognized for his proprietary calibers and his role in the luxury market with unique and masterful timepieces. Yes, Nick, we have considered the Angry Joker in the selection from In Eichen Zurich in their Independence last night. That was amazing, right? Chaikin has over 80 patents for his movements and inventions. Konstantin Chaikin's innovations are known by the community for mechanical marvels with whimsical designs like Joker, a 2-disc time module with the Joker's eyes as hour and minute indicators. Behrens is a creative brand founded in 2012 in Shenzhen, China, initiated by a group of young people with similar watchmaking ideas, seeking to present a different way of expressing time through unique mechanical structures. It was only a matter of time that Behrens and Chaikin would meet and create a series of limited edition watches inspired by Chaikin's wristmonds and Chinese stone mills, presented in 2022 and rapidly sold out. The watches in the present set take Chaikin's disruptive design with the eyes rotating to indicate the hours and minutes, and the lower part of the dial, where the Joker's smile is featured. Behrens have created a whimsical and original retractable seconds indicator. 3 versions were available, each as a limited edition of 200 timepieces. The black DLC and titanium models were reserved for the Asian markets, and an example in ice crystallized titanium with a very interesting sheen and structure was available worldwide. The present set is composed of all 3 prototypes, each numbered O2, and comes as a special box set. This is the first and only set of 3 prototypes available, and a unique opportunity to obtain these original, playful, and aesthetically intriguing watches. I think their collaboration continues, and there might be some interesting news coming out from that front, so stay tuned. But this is a unique set of 3 prototypes, each numbered O2, for this Behrens Chaikin collaboration. in titanium, black DLC coated titanium, and ice crystal titanium, all in 42 millimeters in diameter, exhibiting Chaikin's unique approach to the wandering hours complication, combining it with Behrens's retractable seconds indicator, replacing the smile. Very cool set at lot number 36, Behrens X Konstantin Chaikin, reference BHR 028, with an estimated value of 16,300 to 32,700. Please hit the like button if you haven't already. We are slowly entering the last 20 minutes of today's broadcast. I'll be with you for another 20 minutes or so, and I'll be back tomorrow to cover more of this auction. But there are so many others. There's the Monaco Legend that is coming up at the end of the month. There is a neo vintage selection that is comprised of 30 lots and that is put together by In Eichen again. There's, of course, Sotheby's, Bonhams, and so many others. So I look forward to hosting you in the coming days and weeks here, where we will talk about some of these unique watches. Lot number 37, we have just above talked about the Gilbert Albert designed Patek Philippe with asymmetric design. This is Cartier's classic asymmetric take on its icon tank. The three-pronged lugs with the way they integrate the leather strap are a particularly striking feature of this design. A stunning distinguishing element of the platinum watches is the ruby cabochon that is reserved exclusively for them by Cartier. This detail is echoed on the dial by the one of 12 at 12 o'clock and number 6. The Breguet hands are just beautiful. Have a very unique polish. One of only 16. 6, right? Made for the Milan boutique of Cartier. This is number 2. Having made its debut in 1936, the Cartier tank asymétrique, originally known as the parallelogram, was born during an incredibly innovative period when the firm was experimenting with creative case designs and form. Good God, they do need to hire someone to proofread this stuff. A twist on the classic tank model, the parallelogram shifted both the case and the dial 30 degrees and lay flat on the wrist. The parallelogram perfectly encapsulates Cartier's design ethos of the 20th century and illustrates how the brand constantly pushed boundaries of form and design. It joins mythical models such as the Cintré, Crash, Baignoire allongé, all of which are cornerstones of Cartier's brilliant history. The tank asymmetrique has been reborn through different forms through the 1990s and 2000s and always released as a limited edition series, including its importance in Cartier's history. The present watch, launched in a limited edition of 16 pieces, is no different. While it's commonly known that the tank asymmetrique was relaunched in 2020 and offered in platinum, pink gold, and yellow gold, with only 100 examples produced in each precious metal. Very little known, very little is known of the present model, which has never publicly appeared at auction before. To celebrate the reopening of the boutique in Milan, Cartier quietly offered to their friends and family 16 examples of the platinum tank asymmetrique, this time with burgundy accents on the dial, the one of 12 and 6 at 6 o'clock, and a different than standard dial layout, giving it an incredibly eye-catching appearance. The motif of 16, which designates the number of watches in this limited run, is extremely pertinent because the Milan boutique is located on 16 Via Monte Napoleone. Making its auction debut and offered with all of its original accessories, the present timepiece is a delight to even the more stringent of Cartier collectors. This is lot number 37, one of only 16, a platinum tank asymmetrique from 2021, reference 4285, with all its original paperwork and presentation boxes, and an estimated value of 43,600 to 87,100 in US dollars. Number 40 is a classic day date in its 4-digit iteration, one of the most ubiquitous, perhaps, in the market of pre-owned watches, the 1803, but this one combines an Italian day wheel with a genuine Stella dial in the hype color of the season, Tiffany blue. Honestly, this looks more Tiffany blue than many other dials that have been called by that name. Lot number 40, a Rolex reference 1803 with a seafoam green lacquer Stella dial and on the President bracelets from around 1978. Lot number 40, 1803 in yellow gold with matching President bracelets, Italian day wheel, and Stella dial in Tiffany blue, is expected to realize a final hammer price between 53,800 to 108,000 in US dollars. I'm just looking ahead a little bit to see how much more I can cover in the 15 minutes that remain to me. If you haven't hit the like button, please upvote the stream. It helps a little bit. I think I will continue a few themes from before. We were talking about the 116509, which in a way still hasn't found its appreciation. Even in the immediate aftermath of its discontinuation. Here's one that has already jumped up in value. 116508 is has been recognized as the John Mayer ever since it was presented and singled out as the watch to get within the Rolex catalog by none other than John Mayer. This is an example that is presented as a full set with its hang tags and bezel protector, as well as the warranty card and everything else that goes with it. The green dial with the red accents. It is from 2022. It has an estimated value of, 43,800 to 87,600 in US dollars. It's crazy, and I think they are exaggerating a little bit, but I have seen these listed already in high 90s, which is insane. Another discontinued model, as you know, Watches and Wonders 2023 proved to be an occasion for Rolex to revise its entire Daytona lineup. This particular piece is barely worn in what looks to be a pristine condition. This was a special edition, so to speak, of what was already a very special and rare edition of the Rolex Cosmograph Daytona, namely the 116506, the Rolex Daytona in platinum, with the exclusive ice blue dial. This particular example made for a prominent dealer from the Gulf has Eastern Arabic numerals for its hour markers, and of course the maroon colored tachymeter bezel, which is matched by the outer rings of the chronograph registers on the dial. It comes as a full set, partially stickered, as the gray market profiteers like to call them. This is a 116506-004. Lots number 42. The Rolex Cosmograph Daytona in platinum with the ice blue dial, Eastern Arabic numerals, has an estimated value of 109,000 to 219,000 in US dollars. At lots number 41, we have a Patek Philippe Advanced Research piece, the advanced research version of their annual calendar wristwatch in white gold. One of only 100 with the silicon escape wheel. Launched in 2005, the reference 5250 cased in white gold was the first advanced research limited edition model of the series, a revolution in design and technology. Patek Philippe developed the groundbreaking silicon-based escape wheel for a Swiss lever escapement with an annual calendar movement. The caliber 315S IRM QALUSE. The dedicated advanced research department was created to focus exclusively on exploring and developing new technologies and materials. It underlines the company's continued commitment to technological advances in horology. So, this particular edition of the annual calendar, which is only one of 100, also in a way marks the launch of Advanced Research Limited Edition series, of which Patek ended up producing many. Some important examples are the Aquanaut Reference 5650, the Terminator edition of the Travel Time, and most recently, the Fortissimo Repeater Reference 5750. This one is one of only 100 with a slick monochromatic appeal, as the good folks at Phillips put it. It is a great addition to the Collector of Advanced Research series, preserved in excellent condition with a certificate of origin and special advanced research presentation box. This is lot number 41, Patek Philippe Advanced Research Annual Calendar 5250G-001, one of only 100 with the silicon escape wheel as a full set in 39 millimeters in diameter with an estimated value of 27,400 to 54,700. I have about 5 more minutes, so I will present 2 more watches and then slowly wrap it up. Let's continue the theme of Patek Philippe Advanced Research Pieces. Lot number 43 is a perpetual calendar with the Selenvar Escape Wheel, Spiromax balance spring, one of only 300 pieces. It's a 5550P-001. With the micro rotor caliber. A silver dial that perfectly resonates with the platinum case, and the pink gold dial fixtures to set it off. As you can see, it is marked on its face as advanced research. Of course, a lot of these silicon movement components were developed by CSEM, a microengineering laboratory based in Neuchâtel, and that was a venture co-funded by not only Patek Philippe and the Swatch Group, but also by Rolex. So a lot of these elements have been used very widely among, all across the board among the Swatch Group brands, and increasingly by Patek Philippe as well. And Rolex just finally introduced a silicone hairspring, um, which aids in allowing that particular thin caliber for the new perpetual 1908. The reference 5550 was released at the 2011 Basel World after the hairspring, escapement wheel, and anchor introduced in the previous three advanced research models. The present reference completed the ensemble with a silicon balance wheel. Rendered in silicon, the components do not require any oiling, while the previous three references are all annual calendar wristwatches. The 555 is a step up with a perpetual calendar complication, one of only 300s, rare, technically impressive, and highly collectible. Lot number 43, reference 5550P-001, an advanced research Patek Philippe perpetual calendar in platinum from 2012, 37 millimeters in diameter. This piece has an estimated value of 43,900 to 87,800 in US dollars. All right. The last watch of the night, I will dedicate it to a modern classic, the Rolex Cosmograph Daytona, in its 5-digit iteration, in its first self-winding incarnation with a black dial that some like to call Patrizi for the particular aging of the outer rings that belong to the chronograph registers. This piece comes again as close as one gets to a time capsule with the case back sticker intact and the presentation box, all the paperwork, as well as the hang tags accompanying the piece. Released in 1988, Rolex Cosmograph Daytona reference 16520 was the brand's first Daytona to feature a self-winding movement. It was based on the reliable Zenith El Primero 400. Rolex called it 4030. 12 years later, it would be discontinued to be replaced by the in-house caliber 4130 and reference number 116520, which was to basically change the game and the landscape in the world of luxury watches, both in terms of marketing as well as an integral and integrated approach to manufacturing at the level of mass production. Being part of this rare and highly sought after, they want to say, I think, Zenith movement family, the present timepiece has more than one trick up its sleeve. Bearing a W serial number from around 1995, the watch falls into the rare batch of tropical dials. This is very important. People want to sell sometimes any old black dial 16520 with any semblance of patina at the outer rings of chronograph registers as a Patrizi, Patrizzi dials fall into a very specific serial number range, right? So this bears the W serial number from around 1995, where the three registers at their outer periphery have turned into a beautiful, rich, and chestnut brown color. The type of lacquer applied during the manufacturing process contributed to the unique tropicalization of certain S, T, and W serial Daytonas, with the W series being the sweet spot for tropical effects. Keep that in mind for the future. And this is only the kind of information you will hear on this channel in the scary hours, so to speak. Extremely rare as these imperfections are natural occurrences, such even and richly saturated colors are extremely desirable and scarce. Further enhancing this prized Daytona, the watch is preserved in most probably unpolished condition, with the bezel protector, the sticker on the case back still intact, as well as the sticker on the clasp. Wow. The watch is offered in the most complete condition with the original numbered hang tag present, along with the guarantee stating the watch was sold at Swansea Goldsmiths. Wow, in Wales. Product literature and presentation box. To find a reference 16520 with this particular dial in such marvelous and untouched condition, along with original accessories, is an incredibly rare occurrence. Lot number 46 is an exquisite example of the Rolex Cosmograph Daytona, reference number 16520, with the black Patrizzi dial as an absolute full set from around 1999. This piece is estimated to realize a final price at the hammer between 43,800 to 87,600 in US dollars. Friends, I will put a comma right down there. I will be with you tomorrow, and we'll continue to cover this auction and talk more about some of these beautiful watches tomorrow. I can't wait. Until then, please take care of yourself. Wear your watches, enjoy them, and I will see you in the next one. Until then, adieu. Take care.